has been a while, hasn't it? I hope everybody's doing okay. It's been an interesting week. Just spent a lot of money getting I had some vehicle troubles. So I'll be back on the road tomorrow. I gotta go to DMV. And other than that, it's been okay. I got a new hat. Tonight, I've got a couple of things to look at. I've got a number of things, but whatever, format and all that stuff. Weird History has a brand new video out for a timeline. We're going to check that out. And we're going to check out an interview between John Carpenter and Kurt Russell on Big Trouble in Little China. Yes. And we're also going to take a look at 1980s things that kids no longer do. Considering that's my era, we'll see how things have changed since my day as a little rascal. And then probably some other stuff. And also, we're going to be getting down to some Once Human. It's been a couple of days, but really, I've been catching up on sleep, and just dealing with issues. It's been a week. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you've been safe, happy, and healthy. Miss Ashante, if you're watching, how you doing? Let's get into the spirit real quick, and then we'll hop into our first. What we're gonna look at first. I am happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just still a little bit tired. That's all. How you doing, viewer? Nice to see you. Yeah, let's do a dab. I've already had enough caffeine for today, so I don't need any more of that. I'm gonna flush out my kidneys anyway. Also, rare old school strain in the house. Got some Jack Hare. Also picked up some crack bolo, which is a cross between green crack and bolo runs. It's pretty good. Go here, and I can measure. Where is it at? Erg. Am I blind? Yes, I was. is Twitch? Changed creator dashboard. There we go. Okay, that's weird. Alright, so Twitch has a new mobile app, or it operates a little bit differently. There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to take Twitch off of here. Do that. Okay. And yeah. Okay. Okay. So for our first dab of the evening, well, it's not my first dab, but for the stream, Ajo Blanco. And then we've got some Pez Sour. Oh, actually, well, doesn't look like Pez Sour. This looks like something else. So ladies and gentlemen, this might be Bubba Kush. If it is, it's gonna fucking kick my ass. But for the blood god, right? So I'm gonna this is not diamonds. It's not Pez Sour. That's for damn sure. He did give me some, didn't he? Yeah, he did give me some. Okay. Was it in here that he gave it to me? Is this where they... Oh, that's going to be that. Okay. So I'm going to put this back. I don't need this one. If I'm gonna, I think this is what Andy gave me. Let's check this out. Let's check this one out. It might be fucking the Bubba Kush too, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Also, today on Once Human, we will be jumping into the new area. Yes. And also, Miss Cat would like to hop on. Oh. How you doing, Nacho? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well out there. Hope you're being safe, making moves. Make sure you stay in contact with Mr. Will. And also, well, there's an Alien movie that I might want to check out in a little while, but I did promise Miss Cat we would do some Once Human. So I've got a couple of things, nice floaty things for us to check out. Nothing to traumatize us this early in the evening. And it's early for me. It's only 7. Holy shit. Are you set up with a camera and a microphone, Mr. Nacho? Are you ready to go yet? Can we, can I pull you into the stream yet? And how do you like the new hat? I hope he's still here. Oh, you are. Okay. Where is my clock? Mr. Nacho, you, I hope you've been following along. I hope you're getting your dab together right now. I know you've got a pen over there. I know you can keep up with me at least. Huh? Motherfucking Andy brought over some motherfucking Bubba Kush motherfucking wax. That shit put me on my fucking ass the other. I didn't even want to work no more. I was ready to go the fuck home. Fucking stupid ass, strong ass indicas. Oh, you have gone over to the PS4. Nice, bro. So, I thought I lost my newsboy cap, so I had to go and get a new one. And here, bottoms up. That is good. So, you have the camera and mic. Is PS4 operating good for you and everything? It's working as it should. I really like the microphone being up here instead of all up in my way over here. It feels so much better. So, for our first video, it's Weird History. I've been following them for a real long time, and it feels like, I mean, it's a documentary of my time, of our time. But I caught them when they were doing their 80s run, and then they did the 70s run, and then they did the 90s run, and they walked right up to the year 2000. They were going to do 2000, but they did 2020, because that's right where they were up to. So we're going to look at the year 2000. I'm excited. This was I don't know, it was the year 2000. There was a lot of shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I smoked my first flower and my first cigarette in the year 2000. Tremendous moment. Good and bad. Where could I have gone had I not gone in the direction that I had? Sometimes I ask myself that all the time, but I am here, and that is that. But we can look back at the year 2000, reminisce, and see if anything's better or worse than it was back then. So, yeah, let's boogie. I was gonna think about taking one more dab before we rolled in, because that one wasn't super. You know what? I know when I'm right. We are gonna do one more, and we're not gonna do this one because we want diamonds. Actually, one of the ones that we have. Oh. this ale mug? One of the ones we have has ambrosia in it, which was and that was one of the ones that we didn't have. Mr. Nacho, the fucking diamonds, bro. The diamonds. But I keep getting distracted. This isn't the one that I want. The one that I want is the diamonds that were growing out of the lemon cherry gelato. You'll have to bear with me because I have a lot. I still have a bunch of wax that I need to get. I might start throwing these out to people for like $5 a piece, you know, just if you want to. That one's, this is so much wax. Cherry gelato, what is this? Oh, I don't know what that is. Yeah, that one too. Okay, that was the sauce. Yeah, we'll do that one. That one looks cool. A lot of these just got to go back in motherfucking, they're just about empty. So they can be, yeah, there's the other, okay, put that up here. Yeah, these guys, I'm probably going to give that one away. This one. Alright. Oh, yep, that's the one. That thing's huge. So this isn't the one I was hunting for, but I do want to show you. You see that? This. Huh? Damn it. This is pure THC right here. It is, I'm not entirely sure which one this one came out of, but we're gonna crack it and fucking do one. My cousin's in there fucking self-destructing about his headphones. Keep your voice down, Marvin. Alright. And after this, we'll get into everything. This is one of the few downtime days I've had in a while. It feels good to just sit here. I don't have any wheels right now anyway. Not really until tomorrow. I gotta find out from my landlord just how much money I've just burned in the last 3 days. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop. There we go. Fuck, I think I'm spoiled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's boogie. Okay. This is Weird History. Please check them out. They're awesome. Lots to learn, tongue in cheek, everything. So,
Eight, gang! 7,
6,
go!
4, jump.
Oh boy! 2, 1! Wait a minute! It's New Year's Eve 1999. What the hell are you people doing watching this crap?
2000. The year that ended the previous millennium was as strange and chaotic as the Y2K scare. The 1990s brought the end of the Cold War, ushering in a time of relative peace and prosperity around the globe, as well as the proliferation of the World Wide Web, grunge music, and frosted tips. The 2000s would build on that, as cell phones became ubiquitous, civil rights took some giant leaps forward, and social media began to take over our lives. At the same time, the decade brought the devastating terrorist attacks of 9/11 and the subsequent Iraq War. It was all that, plus more iconic gaming consoles than you can possibly imagine. We're going to take you through the news, culture, sports, entertainment, and all that was weird in the aughts. This is Timeline. with the real Slim Shady please stand up? Because this one is all about 2000. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below.
You know, it's a funny thing that I hear a lot. Why am I living through a historical event? Sir, madam, we're all living through historical events. No matter what era you were born in.
Oh, your favorite memory from the new millennium. Now, are you ready to see what happened in the year 2000?
Freaking New Year, dude.
Freaking New Year.
Okay, about that new millennium thing. Because there was no year zero, the new millennium wouldn't technically start until 2001. But that didn't stop people from partying like it was 1999 on December 31st, 1999. The excitement of a new century coming off the heels of the booming economy of the Clinton years and the seemingly infinite promise of the internet kicked off the year 2000 with an optimistic mood. The year ahead would see its share of tragedy and political controversy. But ultimately, it would turn out to be more like a continuation of the positive and prosperous 90s than like the turbulent decade that was to follow.
Get ready to
This is 2000.
Hey, Homer, weren't you the plant's Y2K compliance officer?
Absolutely.
Must have been hard debugging all those computers, huh, Homer?
Diamond that they
Doing what
stole.
now?
Before 2000, technologists sounded the alarm about an imminent computer disaster known as the Y2K bug. The issue was that most software was written to calculate the year using 2 digits, omitting the 19. Once the date rolled over to 2000, the software would think it was the year 1900 again, and planes would start falling out of the sky, allegedly.
Oh no, it's happening.
The U.S. spent almost $150 billion correcting the software to avoid the disaster, and the changeover came and went with no major problems. Miami Dolphins quarterback Dan Marino was already considered one of the best to ever play the game when he clinched the final win of his 17-year career on January 9th, besting the Seattle Seahawks 20-17 in what would also be the last football game ever to be played in the Seattle Kingdome. Today, Marino is often regarded as the greatest quarterback who never won a Super Bowl. Despite his lack of Super Bowl rings, Dan Marino was voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility on August 7, 2005, in a class that included fellow quarterback Steve Young.
I'm gonna start licking my fingers a little bit, because you know what happens when I lick my fingers.
Goodbye, Charlie Brown. Tonight, a final farewell to the characters that millions grew up with and the man that gave them life.
On February 12, 2000, Peanuts creator Charles M. Schulz succumbed to a heart attack at age 77.
When you die, if you ever die, that's the end of it.
My children just don't want anyone else to do it. And I've seen too many strips go downhill terribly because the syndicate tried to hang on to them and have other people do them.
Corporate creators.
Yeah.
After single-handedly producing every single Peanuts comic over the strip's 50-year run, Schulz had retired the previous December, after his health became too poor to continue. His final Peanuts cartoon was a single panel of Snoopy writing a letter, containing a heartfelt goodbye message from Schulz to his fans. The day after his passing, newspapers published a reproduction of his final comic, adorned with images from throughout the strip's run.
To die the day that the last strip appears verifies the sentence that he once put forth, which was, "Cartooning is my life."
Back home on the couch, the PlayStation 2 released in Japan on March 4th, pulling in $250 million in sales on its first day. The system would make its North American debut 7 months later, on October 26th.
Am I here for the PlayStation 2?
Excited by the system's compatibility with previous generation titles, a rarity in those days, gamers cleaned out store shelves, and the entire run of 1.4 million units was sold out by the end of the month. Nearly 25 years later, it remains the best-selling video game console of all time.
I knocked it over in the dark. I absolutely cracked the shit out of that PS2 after it broke. I was like, all right. Ripped it apart, saw what the guts looked like.
Respect the pouch! Respect it!
On March 12th, during his celebration of the first Mass of Lent at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, Pope John Paul II asked for forgiveness for the transgressions of the Catholic Church that have occurred over its lengthy history. The Pope covered a long list for which to seek pardon, which included transgressions against other Christians, women, Jews, indigenous peoples, and specifically for violence against followers of other faiths, such as the Crusades and the Inquisition. Better late than never. On this day of pardon, the Pontiff also stressed forgiveness for those who have persecuted the Church and its followers.
I said, whose number do you need?
You don't know 600 plaintiffs' numbers by heart. Annabelle Daniels.
Annabelle Daniels, 714-454-9346.
Okay, look, I think we got off on the wrong foot here.
That's all you got, lady. 2 wrong feet and ugly shoes.
530 members of the fringe religious group Movement for the Restoration of the Ten Commandments of God perished in a fire in the Kanunga district of Uganda. Initially believed to be a mass suicide, the discovery of hundreds of more bodies revealed the fire to be an act of foul play, reminiscent of Jonestown. Investigators would blame the movement's founders for the nearly 830 murders, but whether the perpetrators themselves also died in the fire remains a matter of debate. The hit song Say My Name from R&B trio Destiny's Child, featuring future Queen Bey herself, reached #1 on the Billboard charts on March 18th. The group's second #1 single won the 2000 MTV Video Music Award for Best R&B Video and was nominated for 4 Grammys.
Say my name, Destiny's Child.
Ultimately winning Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals and Best R&B Song.
I can't believe we're winning a Grammy, ladies.
Sticking with music, after being repeatedly delayed by legal proceedings, NSYNC's third studio album, No Strings Attached, finally dropped on March 21st. Powered by singles like Bye Bye Bye, It's Gonna Be Me, and This I'll Promise You, No Strings Attached was a smash, arriving just as the boy band trend was beginning to fade. The album is often cited as the best of the teen pop genre. Golf superstar Tiger Woods lost the 2000 Players Championship PGA Golf Tournament to Hal Sutton by a single stroke on March 27th.
41-year-old Hal Sutton is about to become the oldest champion in the history of this event.
Sutton, who had previously won in 1983, took home $1.8 million for his victory, the first 7-figure winner's share the tournament ever offered. Woods, however, would win his first of 2 Players Championships the following year, ironically triumphing over Vijay Singh by just 1 stroke. Guess he was still upset about that prize money. On April 3rd, a federal judge ruled that Microsoft had violated 2 sections of the Sherman Antitrust Act's anti-monopoly laws by integrating their Internet Explorer browser into the Windows operating system. The judge ordered that Microsoft be broken up into a browser company and an operating system company, but that ruling was later reversed on appeal. The government would finally settle the case in 2002. Baseball history was made on April 10th, when future Hall of Fame outfielder Ken Griffey Jr.
This hit his 400th career home run.
The history-making dinger came on a pitch from Rolando Araujo in a game between Griffey's Cincinnati Reds and the Colorado Rockies.
I told my dad, it's a cheap way of not buying him a gift on his birthday. So, he'll get this ball.
At just 30 years and 141 days old, Griffey became the youngest player in league history to ever achieve the feat. America's pastime rang in the new year by opening 2 new stadiums on the same day. On April 11th, both the Detroit Tigers and the San Francisco Giants played in their new respective homes for the first time, at Comerica Park in Detroit and Oracle Park in San Francisco. It was very nearly 3 new stadiums that opened on the same day, but the Houston Astros played their inaugural game in Minute Maid Park 4 days earlier, on April 7th. All 3 parks are still in operation today.
Holy crap! Your freaking lawn's on from Metallica!
Maybe I wouldn't have to myself out if you kids didn't steal my music.
We're not stealing, okay? We're just sharing with each other,
On April 13th, Metallica sued Napster, claiming the file-sharing service, which was offering their entire catalog to download for free, was engaged in copyright infringement and racketeering. Because it was. But it was so cool, you guys. The first such suit by a high-profile band triggered an avalanche of similar actions from other recording artists. A proposed settlement would have seen Napster bought out by Bertelsmann AG. But when that fell through, the once popular file-sharing service was left with no choice but to file for Chapter 11 and liquidate its assets.
Napster, Sharing's only fun when it's not your stuff.
On April 22nd at 5:15 a.m., federal agents removed 6-year-old Elian Gonzalez from the home of relatives in Miami. The boy had been found alone on a raft off the coast of Florida after his mother perished during their escape from Cuba. Backed by Fidel Castro, the boy's father demanded his return to Cuba, and the case drew widespread media attention. The raid was executed after the boy's relatives ignored an order from U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno to turn the boy over to authorities.
My hope is that people will look at this little boy and get him into a situation where he can live a normal life.
Gonzalez, now married with a child, was elected to lead his local committee for the defense of the revolution in 2015. And in 2023, he successfully ran as a candidate in the Cuban parliamentary election, taking office on April 19th, 2023.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Eminem's third studio album, the Marshall Mathers LP, dropped on May 23rd, featuring now iconic singles like The Real Slim Shady, The Way I Am, and Stan. The album sold over 1.7 million copies in its first week, making it one of the fastest-selling albums in history. As of 2022, it remains one of the 15 best-selling albums of the 21st century.
As always, should you or any member of your armed force be caught and killed, the Secretary will disavow all knowledge of your actions. And Mr. Hunt, the next time you go on holiday, please be good enough to let us know where you're going.
This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
If I let you know where I'm going, I won't be on holiday.
What brought you here, if it's not the money?
Everybody's here for the money. I'm not going to listen to everybody's sob stories and then weigh them.
Correct.
I believed him for a minute.
63-year-old Peter Houghton of England became the first person to receive a permanent artificial heart, the Jarvik 2000, to kick off the summer months on June 20th.
To go back just to walk around the local reservoir or in the duck pond, was such a joy.
Prior to Houghton's surgery, the device had only been used as a temporary bridge to a heart transplant, but the Jarvik 2000 would keep Houghton alive another 7 years. He passed away on November 25th, 2007. The 21st of June saw Scotland vote to abolish Section 28, a group of laws that prohibited the promotion of homosexuality by local authorities. Section 28 had been in effect since 1988 after being developed and passed into law by the United Kingdom Parliament during the ministry of Margaret Thatcher. But Scotland's Parliament, devolved from the UK Parliament in 1999 with prescribed powers, voted 99-17 to erase Section 28 after months of heated debate between politicians, LGBT activists, and church authorities.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience.
On June 29th, Eminem's mom, Debbie Mathers Briggs, filed a lawsuit against her son for defamation. At issue were the lyrics to his hit My Name Is, in which he says, "My mom smokes more dope than I do." Claiming that the song's popularity made it impossible for her to find work, the rapper's mother asked a judge to award her $10 million in damages. The suit was ultimately settled for a mere $25,000, most of which went to Mathers Briggs' lawyer.
Will the real Marshall Mathers please stand up and take responsibility for his actions?
Is this real life?
I've got to study. You'll survive. Later. Jake, keep an eye on him for me. Sure.
Oh, yes.
The easy-to-use Nokia 3650 camera phone with video recorder.
During iconic grunge band Pearl Jam's set at the Roskilde Festival in Denmark on June 30th, over 100,000 fans were caught in a crowd crush that left 9 people dead.
3 steps back, please. 1, 2, 3.
3.
The band would blame lax safety procedures
it's
and a
not-
lack of
I mean,
action
it
on
is
behalf
funny,
of
but
venue
it is,
security.
like, you
Deeply
know,
affected
like,
by the unfortunate
the
events,
modern
the group
phone
has
is
continued to
kind
mark
of
the
descended
tragedy
from
with
that,
statements
really.
every 10 years.
And we'll always just be so sorry for the tragic events that took place.
On July 8th, tennis legend Venus Williams won her first Grand Slam singles title at Wimbledon. Just 20 years old, Williams defeated Lindsay Davenport in the final round. The win would catapult Williams into the upper echelons of elite players and would turn out to be the first in a string of major victories. She would win the singles title at Wimbledon again in 2001, 2005, 2007, and 2008.
I was working in
Many
a tennis
American
shop.
legislators have contended that
Pretty
debate
cool.
over mutant issues should be the primary focus of what is a strictly diplomatic affair.
Get out of my bar, freak.
July 29th brought wedding bells for movie star Brad Pitt and Friends star Jennifer Aniston. The couple exchanged vows on the beach in Malibu, California, before 200 of their closest acquaintances. The extravagant nuptials, which were believed to have cost well over $1 million, featured 4 different bands, a 13-minute fireworks display, and 50,000 individual flowers. The power couple split just under 5 years later, on January 7th, 2005. The couple told People magazine they remained committed and caring friends with great love and admiration for one another. But Aniston would officially file for divorce on March 25th, 2005.
You guys still talk, you and Brad?
You know, we've exchanged good wishes and all that sort of stuff to each other, but it's not a constant thing.
On August 4th, the United Kingdom celebrated the 100th birthday of the Queen Mother, Queen Elizabeth. Born Lady Elizabeth Angela Marguerite Bowes-Lyon on August 4th, 1900, she would marry Prince Albert, the second son of King George V, who would ascend to the throne as King George VI in 1936. She took the throne herself following her husband's death in 1954. Elizabeth's centennial drew over 40,000 well-wishers together outside Buckingham Palace. Celebrated actor Sir Alec Guinness became one with the Force on August 5th. Guinness appeared in dozens of classic movies, including Lawrence of Arabia and Dr. Zhivago. But he's best known for playing Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars trilogy.
If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Guinness had been diagnosed with prostate cancer earlier in the year and was further diagnosed with liver cancer just 2 days before his death. After a long development process that began way back in 1998 under the codename Dolphin, Nintendo finally unveiled the GameCube on August 24th. Despite a widely praised game selection, its lack of multimedia features led to a mixed reception and slower than expected sales. After 18 years, 7 Tony Awards, and 7,485 performances, Andrew Lloyd Webber's blockbuster musical Cats closed its run at Broadway's Winter Garden Theater on September 10th.
I'll be really choked when that sign comes down because it's been part of the New York skyline for a long time.
I just did it for fun. Never thought that it would ever get on a stage.
The production began on October 7th, 1982, surpassing A Chorus Line to become the longest-running show in Broadway history. But after the 10th of September, all we had left were the memories. That is, until Cats made the jump from the stage to the screen in a major motion picture that premiered on December 20th, 2019, nearly 20 years later. But unlike the stage production, the movie version was so poorly received that not even Mr. Mistopheles could save it. On September 12th, the Netherlands House of Representatives passed a law legalizing same-sex marriage, as well as same-sex divorce and adoption. The bill would be approved by the Senate a month later and received royal assent from Queen Beatrix in December. The law took effect in April of 2001, officially making the Netherlands the first country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage.
Wake up! Don't go to New York. I thought we were going to Morocco. There is no Morocco. There's not even a Penny Lane. All these rules and all these sayings and nicknames.
Honey, you're too sweet for rock and roll.
Rolling into October, Yugoslavian President Slobodan Milosevic resigned from office on the 5th after his attempt to rig an election triggered mass protests across the country. A corrupt authoritarian dictator accused of encouraging police brutality, suppressing the freedoms of speech and the press, engaging in election fraud, and assassinating his political enemies, Milosevic employed the government Federal Elections Committee to change election results in certain regions, unsuccessfully trying to trigger a runoff with his opponent, who was ultimately declared the winner with a narrow but definitive majority. After his resignation, he was eventually jailed, and on June 29, 2001, he was turned over to The Hague to be prosecuted for war crimes committed in Kosovo. But Milosevic succumbed to a heart attack before the conclusion of his trial. That's one way to stay out of prison.
I went in and just simply, into a little saucer, then took the saucer and fed it to Geppetto. That's what I named him, Geppetto.
I had no idea you could milk a cat.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Back in 2000, NASCAR fans were treated to a thrill on October 15th, when racing legend Dale Earnhardt Sr. won his final NASCAR race in the Winston 500 at Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Despite being in 18th place with only 4 laps to go, the superstar racer was able to break through the pack and narrowly edge out his competitors, including his own son, for his historic final win.
Have you ever won the Winston $1 million bonus before?
It's the first time I've won it. I've been eligible several times, so it'd be good going to Vegas now with $1 million in my pocket, huh?
A little bit nicer. You make this big sigh. I'm just trying to get by. Could you just move your legs?
What are you doing? Are you looking at my breast? You're looking at my breast.
I'm not looking at your breast. I'm trying to get to my seat.
He's looking at my breast.
Yeah, you and your special breast. Just excuse me, please.
Just go by without stepping on my foot.
Right, you wear that dress because you want people to look at your shoes, right?
The so-called Subway Series between the New York Mets and the New York Yankees came to a close on October 26th, the Yankees securing a decisive victory after 5 games. Led by Series MVP Derek Jeter, the victory marked the Bronx Bombers' 3rd consecutive World Series championship and the 26th in the history of the franchise. Moving into November, the International Space Station welcomed its first crew on the 2nd. The team, which included a NASA astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts, arrived on the Explorer 1 shuttle 2 days after blasting off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Their primary mission was to install and activate the station's life support and communications systems, and to work with 3 other visiting shuttle crews to continue and complete the assembly of the ISS.
Ow! Ow, Charlie!
Hey, Toucan Sam, how would you make milk more fun?
Why, with Fruit Loop cereal straws, of course.
Just dip them in and sip, sip, sip. And pull them out and munch, munch, munch. All together now, dip, sip, munch. Fruit Loop cereal straws, colorful fruit-flavored cereal with a creamy coating inside. So fun to dip, sip, munch.
The U.S. presidential election between Republican George W. Bush and Democrat Al Gore took place on November 7th. But as the evening went on, it became increasingly clear the race was too close to call. Though initially called by the networks for Gore, the vote in Florida came to favor Bush by such a margin that Gore conceded the election, only to retract that concession at 3 a.m. the next morning.
This race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues.
For the past few weeks, we have been thrown into a horrifying and tumultuous nightmare known as the recount. Regular people hand-counting ballots to make sure the right vote was cast. A process rife with fraud and democratic voodoo mind-reading.
The U.S. Supreme Court ultimately had to get involved, rejecting a deadline extension and halting the limited recount of votes in several counties ordered by the Florida Supreme Court. And Bush's victory remained. The same day, Hillary Clinton won her first term as senator from New York.
Tonight, I'm just overwhelmed by the kindness and support that I've been given.
Clinton's victory marked the first time the Empire State had a female senator, the first time a U.S. First Lady was elected to public office, and the first time anyone simultaneously held the titles of First Lady and Senator. Speaking of firsts, 16 years later, on July 26, 2016, Clinton would become the first woman in U.S. history nominated for the office of president by a major party. 155 people perished in what would become known as the Kaprun disaster on the morning of November 11th. A funicular became stuck in a tunnel in the side of a mountain and caught fire. trapping nearly every passenger inside. The track was decommissioned, and a monument commemorating the victims was installed at its base. More than 2 decades later, it's still the biggest rail disaster in Austria's history. 5 days later, on November 16th, President Bill Clinton became the first U.S. president to visit Vietnam since the Vietnam War. Clinton described the trip as a new page that would put an end to the divisions between the U.S. and Vietnam.
Once we met here as adversaries, today we work as partners.
The president's visit would include a televised address from Hanoi University and an effort to make a full accounting of American servicemen still missing in action since America's withdrawal from the country in 1975. Now we just need to get that information to Rambo.
Mr. Grinch, my name is Cindy Lou Who.
You see, even now, the terror is welling up inside you. Denial is to be expected in the face of pure evil.
Scarring a whole new
小龙，通通出去，把门关上。
Landmark film.
After weeks of legal battles, Al Gore conceded the presidential election to George W. Bush 12 days before Christmas. In a televised speech, Gore expressed disappointment with the Supreme Court's decision.
Almost a century and a half ago, Senator Stephen Douglas told Abraham Lincoln, who had just defeated him for the presidency, "Partisan feeling must yield to patriotism."
And so it was. Partisan rancor has not been a problem in American politics since. On December 15th, 14 years after triggering the worst nuclear accident in history, the Chernobyl nuclear plant in Ukraine was finally closed down. The reactor, which still provided the country with about 5% of its electricity, was the only one remaining after the 1986 meltdown, an explosion that cost thousands of lives, although the actual number may be higher.
Jesus! Can I count on you people?
Sorry, Everett.
Well, all right. If you take off through that bayou, then...
Wait a minute. Who elected you leader of this outfit?
Well, Pete, I figured it should be the one with the capacity for abstract thought.
Wilson!
Yeah! Look what I have created! I have made fire! I have made fire! Things are changing at Montgomery Ward.
After over 100 years of being in business, popular mail order catalog turned department store chain Montgomery Ward called it quits on December 28th after losing nearly all of its business to online retailers and competitors like Walmart and Target. On December 28th, it announced it would shut down its remaining 250 stores, fire its 35,000 employees, and cease doing business. And that's how 2000 came to a close, with a controversial presidential election and a grim omen of the future for brick-and-mortar retailers. 2001 was right around the corner, bringing with it one ring to rule them all and a Tuesday morning in September that would change the world forever. But that's for next year. Coming soon, 2001. So what do you think? What was your fondest memory of 2000? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other...
Hugh. That was the year 2000. I know it must seem like a weird time. 1999 was more exciting than 2000 was, in my opinion, but it still was the new year, or the new millennium. So here we are, 24 years later. 23 years later. Whoop-dee. Still fun though. Alright, next up, this is John Carpenter and Kurt Russell on Big Trouble in Little China. This is from the James Whale Bake Show. James Whale Bake Sale. Jeez.
And here we go with Big Trouble in Little China. Kurt and I are sitting here today. This was the time of Rambo, though, you know. I think that's what they expect. They expected you to be Stallone, right?
Well, I remember you and I talking about this, and
and saying that he could be the we would flip flop the leading man and the sidekick, and the sidekick would act like the leading man. The leading man would act like the sidekick, but not know it.
Exactly. and it's bizarre how no one got that.
Nobody. He just wasn't doing too good.
Oh, well. And this was originally based on a Western. It was originally a Western where a cowboy rides into San Francisco.
Right.
And he does the same basic thing. He gets involved. I think they stole his horse or something.
Yeah.
And so he has to go into this underworld.
Now, was this originally a Western in its writing, or was it?
Yes,
it was.
it
It
was
was
in its
originally a
writing.
Western period. Now, I had to learn how to drive that truck.
And how
I didn't drive it here. I don't remember driving it here, but I remember you said to me, now, you're actually going to have to drive this truck around Chinatown, and I don't want you tearing the set apart, so you better learn how to do this.
And in a sense, you know, what people are talking about nowadays is that we were a little ahead of our time. It seems like in every one of the movies that we do together, that people get it later.
You've noticed that.
Yeah, I know. I kind of say to myself, well, that's the way it goes, I guess.
And yeah, I remember you talking about...
When I was little, I thought they were, or when I first saw this movie, I thought they were, and it must have been around the same time, or just after, like, Mortal Kombat, because I thought they were Mortal Kombat characters. Or based off of them, or something like that.
Doing the all-out,
especially the Thunder.
great kung fu, martial arts.
Yeah. Ghost Story.
Rapping in the... Yeah, pull it out. Yeah.
And it basically is kind of a comedy, although I think a lot of people at the time really didn't get that. They were expecting maybe Raiders of the Lost Ark, or they were expecting
maybe Harrison Ford.
I can hear you come driving in. And
yeah, see, now there's some...
I'm terrified that you're going to hurt somebody here. Not only you're going to hurt someone, but you're going to break the truck.
It was early in the shooting.
Oh boy.
After we finished with this set, didn't
Hell yeah.
Janet Jackson use that set for... I've heard this a number of times. She used that set for some videos.
After we'd finished shooting, I saw Michael Jackson walking around,
looking
at it, and here comes Janet Jackson's video in the city. Same set. Yeah, we had a good time doing this movie, and it's a bizarre experience to have a film that you feel so good about.
Yeah.
And at the time when it was released, I didn't realize that they only spent at the time their corporate policy was $3 million in advertising for the opening weekend.
This is when was this? 1986.
$3 million.
$3 million.
We had $3 million. And I remember one of the executives promised...
Isn't it great you can talk about this stuff now? And what's great is that it's forever you can talk about it.
And one of the executives said, well, we're going to put these big ads in the paper every day, big banner ads. I looked at these things.
I remember that. I remember saying, who is this guy? And I remember, first of all, the drawing. First of all, I don't think anybody knew me. Second of all, if they would have recognized me, you couldn't from the picture, and it didn't mean anything. I remember the ads were, who is this? Or where's he going? And it was like, oh, yeah,
like, who cares? Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? I don't know who it is, and I don't care. And I can remember that about a week before the movie, some people said to me, don't you have a movie coming out? Didn't you and John do a movie? And I said, yeah, it's coming out like within a week. And they said, well, where you can't find it. Couldn't find it. It was pretty...
I want to point out to you that you had a pretty nice looking hair during this particular period. This is your...
Yeah.
Look at that. Isn't that nice? This is very nice. You know, I
kind of an 80s hockey.
Oh, well, it was.
I wonder if they're drinking,
you know, I loved.
They're just fucking goofing.
I love your performance in this. Of course, my favorite performance is still Captain Ron, but I take second to that.
Second to that is this. This was one of my favorites to do because we had so much fun.
Oh, it was a blast. It was a blast doing. The fun of making the film was, I think, reflected in the movie. A lot of guys, you know, you work with them, and they have their egos to protect, and they're afraid of taking risks. Seriously.
Yeah.
They're afraid of looking dumb, right? They're afraid of
looking bad. Yeah. That's what we tried. We wanted to have a guy here that was not quite as sharp as he thought he was.
He thinks he's a whole lot more capable than he is. He has a big swagger to him.
Yeah.
9 lux, 10 lux.
He's really useless.
He's out of it. He's completely out of it.
Completely out of it.
But again, I got really heavily into I just loved kung fu movies when I was a kid and when I was growing up, and I saw a whole lot of films that I dug. Well, not just Bruce Lee movies, but these crazy ones. They make these crazy damn films that are.
You kind of got out the pile of
I did.
Of stuff,
I
didn't you?
did.
And you looked at the really good stuff.
All of it. I looked
Because
at
you had
all of it.
every top guy on the show. I remember.
At the time, these were the top guys.
Now, I just saw a little bit of, not the whole thing, but I saw a little bit of Crouching,
Oh, it's
hidden,
awesome.
hidden,
It's
hidden
awesome.
Crouching Tiger,
It's
Hidden
awesome.
Dragon.
They're flying around on wires.
But some of that stuff that you did in this movie,
I didn't have
you didn't have
that. I mean, they have a sword fight on top of some trees. They go on rooftops. They're using this 30-foot crane that moves on
When
a
they were
track
fucking
to
taking
haul.
out, like,
The actors are.
jumping through
Can you
the
imagine
trees
you on a
and they were
crane like
barely
this?
making any
I'd
sound.
love
They
it.
were sort
This
of-
movie,
oh, man.
strangely enough, found its audience on in home video.
Yeah.
People started to love it, and they watched it.
Well, it's fun to run into people today. You can always
That's after
tell
he's
somebody's
been,
sense of humor by
his boss had been
if they
saying
like
that.
this movie or not.
Yeah,
I think this is one of those movies that of all the movies I've worked on, they either love this or they never saw it.
They never saw it, and they wouldn't get it.
They wouldn't
get it.
But
yeah, I thought that was
now,
like
all
I
these
thought
years
they
later,
were, he was based like on
they
like
just there are
Raiden
some
from,
people who just this is tops on
from
their
Mortal
list. They really
Kombat.
love it. And it's fun to talk with them about it.
Or
When
maybe
you
it
were
was-
doing this, because I remember
This was
on the
before
other ones on
Mortal
Escape,
Kombat, maybe.
and when we did Elvis, you were very, very well prepared. Wouldn't be the only word. I mean, you really knew what you were going to do. You really knew. And I'm looking at this now, and I'm realizing how many different shots there are. Were you pretty much doing what you had in your mind at that time,
No,
or
I
were you
thought
finding
the
things
Raiden
more
guy was
on this
based on
show
this.
or
Both.
not?
I realized trying to plan this movie out. See, storyboards to me are helpful,
Yeah,
but
Beholder.
boy, you can't get locked into them because it looks phony. Yeah. And a lot of this movie I discovered by you guys, actors. It's what you guys are doing that makes it work.
And on these locations, looking around and finding stuff that you liked.
And we cut this movie extremely tight. This is one of the few films where the tempo is so fast that I wanted just everything to be just right up to it. So in terms of the action, no leisurely moments.
No air.
No air at
And
all.
as I remember you talking to us about, in terms of our acting, to really, Howard Hawks,
Pop it.
really
Yep.
pop it, really
Pop
go.
it. Get up and go.
Yep, didn't make it.
Well, the man.
We'll just
behind-
play it here.
The man behind the wheel may have had something to do with that. He's got.
John, that's as far as I can get.
And I remember
Yeah.
one of the problems the
It's
studio
so
had,
cool.
which we solved in the dialogue, kind of looping, was who are the good guys and the bad guys. Well, the whole point of it all was to kind of be confusing
Yeah, you were
because
like
you're in the
Jack.
eyes of Jack Burton, who has no idea. And I thought maybe I think they saw something, a different movie.
Maybe.
I believe they did.
I never forget this though. This was I remember when we did the junket for this, and I've never been on a movie. I had never been on a movie up until that point, and have never been on one since then, where so many of the junket guys, you know, the critics and the reporters, I'll bet 80% of them said to me, "So how does it feel to know that when this comes out, it's going to be the biggest movie of the year?" And I was getting kind of like, you know, well, you know, I was getting like, oh, gee, I think we did our best, and it was fun, and it's different. Well, remember the audience screening numbers were huge. They were 97% or something. They were absolutely surefire, massive
They had
hit.
it. Oh, yeah.
And
This
then
was
I
it.
kept waiting to see ads and things, and it just didn't happen. It's like, what happened here?
Well.
Oh God. And this whole, you loved them. You loved that whole world, the fascination. You were fascinated with it.
I don't even know. I remember this scene, to my shock, was and I don't know why this should happen, but I remember shooting away at
Maybe
this
I
scene
didn't even see this movie until like 90.
and being almost done with it and
93,
congratulating
something
myself
like that.
until Dean Cundy, the director of photography, said, "We haven't shot the other direction yet." What? I could have sworn we did.
I thought we did.
Really?
Yeah. So it was nice. It was an interesting conversation between Kurt Russell and John Carpenter. It's nice to get some context on some things from the movie, and you know, it is cool that they fully intended to switch the character, the main lead and the sidekick. It was always meant to be. Yes. And yes, one more before we jump into Once Human. I might watch something a little bit later, but we're gonna do this. This is what I caught my eye when I was going through YouTube stuff. So this is Ready for History. Oh, Ready for History. Oh yeah, okay. So I've seen some of this stuff before.
It's hard to believe, but the 1980s ended more than 30 years ago, and the world has changed a lot since that time. Things that were once considered normal are now old-fashioned or taboo. In this video, we will have a look back at some of the 1980s things that kids no longer do. Kids today may still have art class, but the projects they do are a bit different. There used to be an emphasis on crafting items that served a purpose, and nothing did that more than a good old-fashioned ashtray. It wasn't meant for the students, but rather their parents or grandparents that smoked. Gifting them an ashtray was the perfect way to show how much you love them. Long before we had inkjet and laser printers, we had an incredibly noisy dot matrix printer. These bad boys used a special kind of paper that we don't see anymore. It had holes that were punched on the sides, which allowed the printer to grasp the paper and then guide it through. Once your printing job was finished, you had to tear each sheet of paper apart along the perforated ends. Not only that, but the sides with the holes had to be removed as well.
Yep.
It definitely wasn't a quick process, but at the time, we sure thought it was.
Like
Saturday mornings were a special time for a kid in the 80s.
Printer paper definitely had like an original, like when you used to get it, it would be these reams of just blank paper with the holes, with the things on the side so that you could feed it, so it would go through the printer, and like it was just the loudest fucking thing in the room when you were doing it. Like you'd just go do something else while you were printing. Like it was that bad. Like I remember back in the day. This was like 8th grade, and it was my final paper for 8th grade, and the electricity went out, so I had to type it all out on a manual typewriter. That was fun. It felt like I was like doing some old school archaic technomancy with that fucker. Tick 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 ting ting. Anyway.
They got up early just to sit in front of the television with a big old bowl of sugary cereal and then catch up on some cartoons until about lunchtime, unless your mom kicked you out of the house first.
Sometimes.
This was a routine that could be seen in practically every household that had children.
Yep. Now we can get now
cereal
kids
in the
can get
80s was pretty awesome, and there were a lot of different kinds available. Kids' cereals were packed with sugar, and parents really didn't care. They just wanted kids to sit down and shut up, but that was pretty well impossible with the huge sugar rush. Cereal boxes were a lot of fun, with all the artwork, puzzles, stories, and games on them. They also had some pretty incredible prizes inside, and if you had a sibling, then it could be a real challenge to get to them first. Wireless phones are certainly the norm today, but there was a time when phones were connected to a base with a cord. These cords were coiled, stretchy, and the perfect fidget item while you're on the phone. Did you ever wrap the cord around your finger?
Yeah, they were pretty good.
Or perhaps you even wrapped yourself up like a mummy.
So, back in the day, when I wanted to play video games late at night, such as Diablo, online, I would have to run a phone cord like this, except for like 60-footer, through my house all the way to the office where the computer was. Stealthily, mind you, because I wanted to not wake everybody else up, and also because I had to be up for school at 5:30 a.m. 5:30 I had to be up. Yes, that sounds, yes. And be ready for school at the bus stop by 6:15. So I was always playing a dangerous game. But you know, gotta play me some fucking Diablo, you know? I've been busting my ass, motherfucking get my homework done all weekend. Motherfucking sometimes right up to the fucking to like I gotta just go to work or go to school. Like I don't have time. I just gotta get up and go to school. Get my shower and fucking just go to school. But I would run that fucking cable and I would get my motherfucking game time in. And then get caught by my grandmother at like 3 in the morning. Go to bed. Gotta get up. So, yes.
Phone cords may have been fun, but having someone listening into your conversation wasn't.
Yeah.
Most households had one phone line, but at least 2 phones in the house connected to it. If you were very careful about it, you could totally pick up the other phone and hear some juicy conversations. These are just some of the things that we did before the age of cell phones. Playgrounds today have gotten soft. Even the ground surrounding them is often cushioned. The playground equipment itself is made of plastic and it has a little give to it. But the playgrounds of the 80s, they were made of metal. This solid steel got hot in the summer and could deliver third-degree burns.
You played or died.
They had sharp edges that could slice, and they could definitely break some bones if you fell on them. The equipment was hard, and so was the ground. Each and every playground had its own element of danger. Today, computers are a necessary item in every household. Many kids start using one in some form or fashion long before they enter kindergarten. The fact is, computers have become a required item for most schools. But in the 80s, you were lucky if there was even one computer in the house. This wasn't something that people were on all the time, and people had little idea how to get the DOS base up.
First computer I ever laid hands on was a Commodore 64, and then it was an Apple II, and then 386 and variations in between. My grandmother worked for the government, so she always had to have the you know, the good shit. Not the military, the government.
Operating system. As time progressed, so did the computer, and we were able to learn a little bit more slowly than what kids do today. Safety standards in the 80s were a little different, and especially so when you compare it to the earlier part of the decade. By the mid-80s, mandatory seatbelt wearing laws were just beginning to get passed. Prior to that time, kids rode in the bed of pickup trucks and crammed into the far back part of station wagons.
Yep.
Bouncing and sliding around was just part of the fun. It was like your very own mosh pit, and there really was a science to try and keep from getting hurt.
Yep.
Once those seatbelt laws were put into place, many adults found themselves in an interesting predicament. What if they had more kids than seatbelts? No problem. Just buckle 2 or 3 kids in one spot with one seatbelt. They'll make it all right. Kids in the 80s loved playing outside, which worked out great because parents didn't even want them in the house. When Saturday morning cartoons were over, kids were expected to get lost. Go outside, go anywhere, just don't stay in here.
Go hang out with your friends.
That's pretty much what every parent said. Kids played outside with no parental supervision, and that was perfectly fine. They were free to wander miles from home, and parents had no idea where they were. But there was one rule: be home before the streetlights came on. School playgrounds weren't the only thing that was unforgiving. Some of the activities that kids did in PE class were also pretty rough. Remember playing dodgeball? Everyone had to participate because it was part of your grade. Dodgeballs have a distinctive smell, and who could ever forget the sound as it bounced off of someone? Today, many schools no longer allow this game to be played, and wall ball is another one that could be pretty tough. Apple Watches were nowhere to be seen in the 80s. Kids were just happy to have a simple digital watch from Casio or Timex. Of course, if it was a calculator watch, then you were super cool. It was sort of a rebellious thing to have because a lot of teachers said that we would never have a calculator everywhere we went. Boy, were they ever wrong. Look at us today with cell phones. Remember the GoBots watch? It had the appearance of a normal digital watch, but it could transform into a robot. Those were pretty popular until the Swatch watches came on the market.
I wish I'd kept
They
mine.
came in every color and design imaginable, and to be super cool, you needed one with a faceplate or rubber
You
bands
used to
on
find
them.
them in motherfucking your old, like,
Chalk in school was the
old,
norm, and every
belongings,
classroom had
like
their
when
very
you
own
were a kid.
chalkboard, which was messy but fun. No matter what class it was, there was always that one kid who wanted to run his fingernails across the chalkboard and make everyone cringe. For some reason or another, they are no longer in schools. Some say it was because of computers, while others say it was due to health issues like asthma. But one thing that every kid enjoyed was going outside to bang the erasers and knock the chalk out. It was a great way to get out of class, and most kids can no longer do that. Waterbeds started coming on strong in the 70s, and by the 80s they were in many households. If you didn't have one, then you probably knew someone who did. It was sort of a bizarre feeling to be floating on water while you slept, but at the same time, it was really relaxing. Today, almost no one has them, so many kids have no idea what they're missing out on.
They're just not safe.
Peanut butter in the 80s was huge. We had peanut butter candy, cookies, crackers, and of course we brought peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to school. Now many schools will no longer allow peanut butter items to be brought to school thanks to allergies. Most kids in the 80s had never heard of this type of allergy, but if you had it, then it must have been a scary time period to live through. Bicycles in the 80s were everything to a kid. BMX bikes were the most popular, and kids were always riding them or jumping some pretty gnarly ramps. They gave kids a sense of freedom that they couldn't get anywhere else. There were countless adventures just waiting to happen on the seat of a bicycle. They were also a great indicator to see where all the kids in the neighborhood were. The yard with the bikes was where everyone was.
True.
In the 80s, kids were busy enjoying life. They went out roller skating, bowling, to the mall, and so much more. Since 80s kids did not have cell phones, the payphone was something that they all had to master. If kids did not have a quarter, they would then call home collect to let their parents know when they were ready. If you're lucky, you may still see a payphone here and there, but does it work? Probably not, and it's unlikely that any kid today has ever used one. Valentine's Day for a kid in the 80s at school was completely different. If kids are even allowed to participate in handing out cards, then they usually have to bring enough for the whole class. Back then, you could choose who you wanted to give one to, and it was more of a social contest to see who received the most.
Those are cool.
For those kids growing up today, this may all seem like a foreign universe, but it really was a beautiful time. 80s kids had more freedom to experience the world around them firsthand. The 1980s really was the last decade where people weren't buried in computer screens. Do you have any special memories of the 80s? Let us know in the comments below.
Yeah, but back then though, that we were just buried in TV screens. That's what everybody bitched about then. Because you were wasting your life away in front of the television. Okay. All right. Put this away because we're going to be doing some gaming. And this. And I am going to load this up. They announced that they're gonna have the higher difficulty PvE servers releasing earlier than stated, which is cool. So, I'm going to stretch my legs. And smoke real quick, and I'll be back. Yes, yeah, I figured that. All right. There it is. Okay. 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 Can I not? Can I not have the... Didn't, we're going to be upgrading my gear, my armor before we go out, and then we're going to go and do some stuff. But also, we're going to see if there are any, if there's any lures for all of the armor. So, we'll go away. Shall we try to So this is why they have the ramps in certain places, I guess. Ooh, okay. All right. So. I got some chicken wings from Popeyes earlier. she's burning right now. Want to make sure that we get in the same circle. That's one of the opening works. These must be like articles or whatever neither of us has like gotten all the way through avoid deviance. Super anomaly countermeasures. lined up. That is a sick looking bike. But so I see. Yeah. Just that doesn't really matter. So I'm going to go in craft armor. Not here. Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier Like, it doesn't even matter, does it? Like, at this point? Like, like this? Will be carried over. Shit. So we're gonna have to start all over again anyway with the building and everything, and all that stuff. I keep all my deviations. So you gotta start over. Like, it would be nice if we it would be cool if we started like with in a new corner of the map. You know what I'm saying? Like with a new, like you get in another side of the map. Map and stronghold exploration progress will not be carried. So I'm gonna. You can close that. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna do some short films for an hour before with the new season starts. Fuck. So, okay, that was static. Okay. So, I will ask everyone to grab something to drink, something to eat, something to smoke. We are about to watch some short films because the new season of Once Human opens in an hour, and since levels are going to reset, there's not a whole lot of point to doing anything just now. Like literally everything, all the servers just about to reset. So best you can do is go in and sign up for the new season. Make peace with the character progress you've made, and get ready for a new jaunt through the continent. It ought to be fun because there are a lot of stuff that we didn't come across. There's a lot of things we didn't do. I might go in a different direction if possible, or unless we're all designed to start out in that southwestern portion of the continent right there. It is southeastern portion of the continent. Yes, southeastern portion of the continent. If we are, then at least we know what we're in for, and we can make a beeline for it. Get to design a new house if we want to. I have to learn all my stuff anyway, so I don't know. Maybe we can. Maybe I don't know. We'll see if we're allowed to what's left of our blueprints, all that stuff. Shit. That's a lot of progress, man. But your armor and your weapons and everything carry over, and there's a lot of your materials that'll carry over as well. It's kind of a bummer, though. I'm not gonna lie. We're going to look at a short film called Quarantine. Let me get... Ready? Kind of bummed out. I was ready to do some. Well, this gives me and Kat a chance to be on the same server, and we can do some stuff. And like it makes it more fun when you have somebody to do it with, especially if you've already been through it. You know, you've been through the story stuff. Like, I don't know. We'll see. I think there's new mechanics to the deviations. So we'll have to learn that. It should be interesting. All the music you'll hear tonight is provided by the YouTube music library. So feel free to wander over and see all the other things that they have. I got some Popeyes earlier, and I'm going to mix that with the ramen. I have some chicken left over, ghost pepper chicken. I'm going to put that in my ramen. It's going to be glorious. All right. Welcome back to the Gnome Show, everyone. I'm Josh, your humble host, and it is my duty, nay, my pleasure, to trawl the briny depths of YouTube so that I may bring you the shinies. I cover short films of varying genres, video games, analog horror, and sci-fi, and really anything else that I think is groovy. I hope you'll enjoy tonight's offerings, content for the blood god, along with the show. Tonight, I have for you Quarantine by Macabre Productions. We've seen some stuff from them before, so go over to their channel, show them some love. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, follow, all that stuff. It helps out immensely. Thank you very much for your support. Now on with the show. What the hell?
Hey everyone, it's Addison Miller, and it is day 292 of the quarantine, and I'm just trying to keep myself sane over here. We got a message this morning that said we aren't to leave the house under any circumstances, and that they're working on a cure, but they've been saying that since the beginning, so. I still have plenty of supplies though, from the last drop-off, since it's just me and the dog here, so that's the bright side, I guess. I'm definitely feeling the loneliness, though, over the past couple of weeks, and I'm starting to get really antsy. I'm just doing the best I can, though. I feel like I can still feel Nick with me sometimes, like he's trying to tell me this will all be over soon. Or maybe I'm starting to lose it. Who knows? Okay, well, that's about all I have to say today. Super exciting stuff, I know. I just feel like doing these little video diary things, I can look back at them when this is all over and, I don't know, maybe laugh. But mostly I hope that by doing these that I can help you guys feel a little less lonely. Here's to hoping this will all be over soon.
It's a cool pillow. Okay, so that wasn't just the cameraman. That was a shadow that wasn't supposed to be there. Well, that wasn't sitting up that much. Strange.
Good evening, everyone. It's Addison, and today's day 3. My brain just went completely blank. I don't know what day it is. You guys know way better than me, obviously. 312. Yeah, I think you're right. That sounds right. 312. I figured I'd take you guys into the kitchen with me tonight to make dinner. I've been really slacking lately, and Nick and I used to do these really cute little date nights where we'd make dinner for each other, and Shit. It's okay. Someone's trying to go outside again. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna log off for tonight. I'm seeing a lot of you say that you can't hear me. I'm sorry. Let's do dinner another night. Bye. Stay safe out there.
Oh, what the fuck?
Addison here again, day 334 in quarantine. And it's almost our anniversary. I missed going live last night because I'm just so tired. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and I feel like I'm starting to see things. Like out of the corner of my eye, like I can just almost see what it is, but not quite. And I had a dream about Nick last night when I finally fell asleep, and it was like he was trying to talk to me, to tell me something, but he couldn't speak, and he looked really scared. I feel like if he's still here, maybe he's trying to communicate with me, to let me know something. Since there's nothing else to do, I'm gonna try to communicate with him. I don't have like a Ouija board laying around or anything, but I looked it up online and they're surprisingly easy to make. So I think around 3 a.m., I'm just gonna light a bunch of candles and just go for it, and I'll record what happens.
Nope. Nope. Wouldn't catch me doing that shit.
Fuck it. Nick? It's Addie. If you're here, push the glass to yes.
Nick, I know you've been trying to tell me something. I can feel it. Just push the glass anywhere if you're here.
Okay, that was pretty fucking good. And it was over before I could even realize it. Wow. That was really good. Sound off in the comments what you thought. I thought it was pretty good, pretty creepy. And I'm still not sure if it was like a direct analog to our quarantine or not. That's what I had first assumed, but like those alarms. So yeah, that was, hey, how you doing? Nice to see you. We're watching some short films while I wait for Once Human to reset its season. So go back and check that out. And don't go anywhere. This is a cold closer for my YouTube people. So thank you for watching. This was Quarantine by Macabre Productions. Go on over their page, show them some love. Like, share, subscribe, follow, all those good things. Helps out quite a bit. Be safe, happy, and healthy. I will see you in the next one. All right. So, yeah, that was Quarantine. That was pretty fucking good. Especially for a 9-minute film. Like, we were just getting into it and all of a sudden it's over. I think those are the best ones. Alright, so let's see what else is in here. I mean, there's a lot. I skip over some of them. Yeah, let's do Blurred. So, for anybody that's new or just stepping in, I have cold opens and closes for my YouTube crowd. So, don't go anywhere when I say thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one, blah, blah, blah. Cool. So, alright. Next up is Blurred. Let's stop that and take it back to the beginning. And... Oop. Okay. Welcome back to the Gnome Show, everyone. I'm Josh, your humble host, and it is my duty, nay, my pleasure, to trawl the briny depths of YouTube so that I may bring you the shinies. I cover short films of varying genres, video games, analog horror, and sci-fi, and really anything else that I think is groovy. I hope you'll enjoy tonight's offering, content for the blood god. And now on with the show. Tonight, we have Blurred. By Genesis Productions. This is the first time I've encountered them. So let me give them a sub and a like, and yeah, let's check it out. This is Blurred.
You have arrived at your destination.
Thank you.
Hey Charlotte, are you ready for this weekend?
Yes, if I could ever get to this cabin. The GPS says I just arrived and I'm stuck at a fork in the road.
Yeah, reception's pretty bad up there. If you're at the fork in the road though.
Yeah, I'm here.
Whatever you do.
Leo.
Take
A left? Alright, left it is then.
It's like that. Oh, definitely. It does look like it has modern heritage. You don't go rummaging around in people's fucking houses like that. Like, you better leave. Go back to that fort. Get the fuck out of here. Yep. What would you...
Hello?
you absolutely do not know if you're even in the right fucking place. That's not even a normal human intruder messed up. That's a non-human intruder messed up. What the fuck, ladies and gentlemen?
Leah, are you here? Stop messing with me.
You're safe, I guess. Well, I assume you're not in the right house. So, unfortunately, whoever this is might be in the right. Plot twist, what if whoever is like down here also has a cell phone? It's tacking, and no wonder it has the smiley faces. is probably behind there is like. It's like a deep closet, man. I still think you're in there. Where is your friend? Oh, there it is. Is that Momo? Why do you always get in the car? Was she just fucking...
Hello? What? I am here.
A left?
Alright, left it is then.
You're in the wrong house, lady.
What do you mean I'm in the wrong cabin?
That was good. Kind of threw me off a little bit with the Momo mask. It could have just been some fucking like weirdo. But you're at his house. Or her house, or their house. That was good. That was Blurred by Genesis Productions. Go over and give them some love. Also, like, subscribe, share, follow, all that stuff. Helps me out tremendously. Be safe, happy, healthy. I love you all. And I'll see you in the next one. Yes. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. That was pretty cool. My friend Kat says that, okay, hold on. to start at level 1, 2. So, let's see what's going on. Yes. Logging. So we still. Oh, okay. Yeah. So. Still got like 20 minutes to go. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my chicken. We're gonna. Akuma in Resident Evil 2? Really? Wow. Ultimate Gaming. Trying to find something cool to watch for like a half an hour while I chow on some food and we chill for a minute. Put some music on first, though. I'm sorry. Bankroll is free. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, music was just getting started.
A groundbreaking TV series decades ahead of its time that graduated to a series of feature films. After nearly 30 years of pop culture prominence, would its legacy be the adventures of a handful of characters created in the 1960s? Or could the franchise continue its mission with new characters and stories that no one thought they could tell? Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Here for a good portion of Star Trek.
Thank you to 80stees.com for sponsoring this video. Click the link in the description below and use code TOYGALAXY to get 30% off your order today. 80stees.com started off as the source for t-shirts inspired by all things pop culture from the 1980s, but there's more to the 80s than just the 80s. They've got shirts inspired by the 70s, the decade that paved the way for the 80s. They've got shirts inspired by the 90s, the decade that carried on the legacy of the 80s. They've got shirts inspired by the 2000s, because the 80s isn't just a decade, it's a state of mind. Whether your interests are laser focused on one thing, say movies, there's plenty of choices from Jaws to Shaun of the Dead. If your interests bounce around, they've got shirts from cartoons to video games, superheroes to music and wrestling. From Transformers to Dungeons & Dragons, Gollum to Ron Burgundy, Darkwing Duck to Powerpuff Girls, you'll find something you love. Click the link below and use code TOYGALAXY for 30% off your order today. Again, that's code TOYGALAXY for 30% off your order. Thanks again to 80stees.com. For this video, we are focusing on one small part of a very large franchise. This is not the story of Star Trek in total, just the bits that are relevant to this particular chapter, and the bridge between two eras. And in the interest of brevity, we are going to leave out a lot of stuff, on purpose. You've probably heard some anecdotes, seen some other behind-the-scenes videos that have interesting things in them that we won't get to include here. Feel free to leave those items in the comments down below so everyone else can enjoy.
Have you checked the back sections of newspapers and magazines lately? How many dramas have taken place in these tight little boxes?
Did you have a favorite book as a child?
Star Trek The Next Generation is a 178-episode live-action syndicated television series that originally aired over 7 seasons in the US from September of 1987 to May of 1994. It is technically the 3rd Star Trek television series, but only the 2nd if you don't include Saturday morning cartoons. Hundreds of years from now, in the 24th century, the Earth is part of the United Federation of Planets. The Federation has a fleet of starships at its disposal, part military defense force, part scientific expeditionary fleet. These starships are led by the flagship vessel, the USS Enterprise. Captained by Jean-Luc Picard, who is supported by a team of brilliant tacticians and engineers, as well as an empath, a Klingon, and a synthetic life form hosting an artificial intelligence that strives to be more human. Together they journey across the stars, learning more about life, existence, and what's out there deep in space beyond imagination. Star Trek as a media franchise began in 1966 with the television series Star Trek, created by Gene Roddenberry, produced by Desilu Productions to begin, and Paramount Television in the end. It ran 79 episodes over 3 seasons through 1969 on the NBC network. It was a science fiction adventure series set in the 23rd century with stories focused on the crew of a spaceship called the Enterprise, whose 5-year mission was to explore the galaxy. The core of that crew was Captain James T. Kirk, First Officer Spock, Chief Medical Officer Bones McCoy, Chief Engineer Scotty, Communications Officer Uhura, Helmsman Sulu, and Navigator Chekhov. Conceptually, it was a show about trailblazing through space during a time of relative peace and prosperity for the people of Earth. Functionally, it was a show trailblazing through science fiction, pop culture, and social norms of the era. It was a series that set new television standards with the characters it depicted, the way they interacted with each other, and the genuine positivity it maintained with regard to a better, brighter future ahead for us all during a tumultuous time in American history. After 3 seasons, NBC canceled Star Trek, citing low ratings. A shot that was intended to kill the series ultimately made it stronger. In syndication, Star Trek found an even larger audience, reaching a wider range of demographics and becoming even more valuable to Paramount than it was when it was originally airing. By 1972, fan support for the series had developed into Star Trek conventions celebrating the series, its creators, and stars. From 1973 to 1974, Paramount partnered with Filmation to capitalize on that continued fan enthusiasm, producing a 22-episode animated series that many would argue acted as the 4th season of the original series. The day Star Trek was canceled in 1969, series creator Gene Roddenberry started kicking around ideas for a feature film. Paramount wasn't really excited about it until the combined success of the original series reruns and 2 seasons of the animated series demonstrated the ongoing growth of the fan base. In 1975, a movie seemed like it was a real possible next step. That all changed in May of 1977 when Star Wars flipped over the game of science fiction movies, of action-adventure, of filmmaking, special effects, blockbusters, toy tie-ins, spaceships, heroes and villains, pet naming. Paramount flinched, thinking audiences wouldn't be interested in seeing 2 science fiction feature films like that in a single year. Who's got the patience for all the lasers, all the spaceships? Instead, they turned their eyes back to the small screen for a new series called Star Trek Phase 2. New designs for costumes, props, and a new bridge. They reached out to the original cast because you can't call it Star Trek, without the 6 main characters that are in Star Trek. Star Trek was so important as a brand that Paramount Pictures was going to use it to lure investors and viewers to a new broadcast network. Paramount TV was going to compete with the established Big 3, ABC, CBS, and NBC. Until it didn't receive enough financial backing and Paramount scrapped the whole plan altogether. So what? Star Trek was back on track to theaters because in November of 1977, Close Encounters of the Third Kind proved that audiences would indeed pay to see more than 1 science fiction movie per year. There was plenty of room in outer space for Luke Skywalker, Roy Neary, and Captain James T. Kirk. Star Trek the Motion Picture arrived in 1979, followed by Star Trek II The Wrath of Khan in 1982. As a franchise, Star Trek proved it was more than capable of standing up to Star Wars. As George Lucas and Fox released the final act of their trilogy, Return of the Jedi in 1983, Star Trek kept on rolling with their 3rd act, Star Trek III The Search for Spock in 1984, and then Star Trek IV The Voyage Home in 1986. After 20 years as a centerpiece of American pop culture, Star Trek was making a lot of money for Paramount. At the same time, it was also beginning to cost a lot. Despite it still being the most popular syndicated television series, the balance sheet was trembling with each new cinematic chapter released. Each new Star Trek movie Paramount release meant that it was going to cost more to bring back integral characters James T. Kirk and Spock, the characters that were most associated with the brand. By 1986's Voyage Home, William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy's salaries were becoming unsustainable. The comparably low budget of television production was looking attractive again. The people who worked with Gene Roddenberry generally recognize him as a visionary when it comes to Star Trek. He had a clear concept of the future of mankind, and maintaining that through the original series was one of his primary goals. But as the years went by, as the movies were released, Roddenberry's role was minimized in the day-to-day production. He became essentially a consultant on the films, almost an honorary part of the production, with a title to recognize the contributions he had made and an office to keep him out of the way. On the verge of retirement, Paramount called him back to active duty by signaling that they were going to start production on a new Star Trek series. Roddenberry wasn't particularly interested in developing a new series, but there was absolutely no way he was going to let Paramount do it without him.
No way. Not this time. Not this time. No, not this time. No way. Not a chance.
Paramount owned Star Trek and could have proceeded without him, but having Roddenberry on board was essential to the project's success, especially in the eyes of the very dedicated fan base. Roddenberry's inclusion would theoretically bring a significant degree of goodwill before a single script was even written. After a highly contentious negotiation fueled by Roddenberry's resentment over the cancellation of the original series back in 1969, they came to an agreement for Roddenberry to begin development of the new series, supplemented by a very large sack of cash with his name on it. He immediately brought in a team of writers and producers that had worked on the original series and the animated series. That included the story editor and writer from the original series, Dorothy D.C. Fontana, writer Bob Justman, writer David Gerald, and original series associate producer Eddie Milkus. The team of 5 began kicking around ideas, coming up with new concepts, new characters, and figuring out what a new series set nearly 100 years after the original series would look like. Meanwhile, Paramount was trying to sell the show to a network as cable wasn't yet a viable option. After failing to entice investors to build a new Paramount television network, they offered Star Trek as someone else's potential centerpiece for a new or existing network. Barry Diller was building the new Fox television network and wanted to use Star Trek in the process, but wouldn't commit to buying a full season, preferring to mitigate risk and cost with only 13 episodes instead of 26. Original Star Trek broadcast partner NBC said no, as did ABC. CBS was interested, but only for a miniseries. But from that despair came inspiration. Paramount's president of distribution, Lucy Salhaney, had the brilliant idea to avoid the networks altogether and embrace the thing that had really allowed Star Trek to become the pop culture juggernaut in the first place: syndication. In this case, first-run syndication meant that they could produce the show outside of any specific demands of any network and just sell the packages out to affiliates region by region. Stations would have the freedom to program as fit their schedules. It was an unprecedented approach to a series like Star Trek. It was a gamble. Rick Berman became the series supervising producer, and by winter of 1986, D.C. Fontana was working on the script for the first episode about a mysterious alien outpost. Casting for the series began, as did the backlash to public announcements about the development of the new series. As far as fans were concerned, if it wasn't Captain Kirk, it wasn't Star Trek. It wasn't just the fans who were worried about changes being made to their favorite television series. Kirk himself, William Shatner, said in an interview with Starlog magazine, quote, "To call a series Star Trek that doesn't have the cast and the ship in it is an error. The error seems to me to be overexposure of the Star Trek name and the possibility of not having the Star Trek quality we've become accustomed to." That was the real challenge for a new Star Trek series. Whether it could transcend being a story about the handful of original crew members, was the Enterprise explicitly defined by the presence of Captain Kirk, Spock, and Bones?
Bones.
A new series is coming to television, starting with a spectacular 2-hour world premiere movie, Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Premieres Wednesday, September 30th on Fox WXIM 59.
Producer Rick Berman and creator Gene Roddenberry went in the exact opposite direction with the new captain of the Enterprise. Instead of the young, handsome, swashbuckling hero with a full head of hair, they went with a proper, rigid, formal, bald guy with an accent. A clear signal that this was going to be a new and different Star Trek, not a rehash or Star Trek Light. Patrick Stewart as Captain Jean-Luc Picard would have a first officer and Commander Will Riker, played by Jonathan Frakes, and the Spock of the series, an emotionless synthetic life form, Lieutenant Commander Data, played by Brent Spiner. Known to an entire generation as the host of Reading Rainbow, LeVar Burton was cast as the ship's helmsman Geordi LaForge, Gates McFadden as Dr. Beverly Crusher, and Will Wheaton as her son Wesley. Michael Dorn was the controversial Klingon officer Worf. Denise Crosby was initially cast as Counselor Troy, but that role ultimately went to Marina Sirtis, with Crosby switching to security officer Tasha Yar. That's good. That's good. It's one take. One take. A lot of thought was given to the series theme song. Should they go with the original series theme to maintain a sense of continuity, some familiarity for the fans? That came with some very complicated rights issues that they would have to cut through. Or should they compose a new theme altogether as a clean jumping on point for new fans who may not have any experience with the franchise, which would be very expensive? Ultimately, they decided to use the theme written by Jerry Goldsmith for the first movie, avoiding the rights issues with the original theme and creating a sense of familiarity with the audience and saving some money. Production on Star Trek The Next Generation was wrought with conflict right out of the gate. Roddenberry saw Paramount as the enemy, and any demands they made of him were met with vitriol. The ownership Roddenberry exerted over development was directed internally toward the writers as well. While the writers were freed from the standards and practices of regular television production, they found the limitations of Roddenberry's guidelines to be restrictive. Not to mention his habit of rewriting their scripts and, in some cases, claiming half the credit without their approval. When Paramount asked for a 2-hour pilot episode, Roddenberry refused, preferring a 1-hour episode. After relenting, he added an entire subplot to the episode, introducing the character Q to DC Fontana's existing script. The Writers Guild would ultimately reward him with half credit and half residuals. The first episode of Star Trek The Next Generation aired on September 28, 1987 in syndication. It was a perfect formula for Paramount. Stations that wanted Star Trek had to commit to not only purchasing reruns of The Next Generation in the future, but had to run all the new Next Generation episodes if they wanted to run the original series as well. Nearly all of the 150 stations that were at the time running the original series agreed to pick up the new series. By the time it aired, The Next Generation could be viewed in 90% of markets throughout the US. The pilot episode, Encounter at Farpoint, posted ratings higher than the shows it preempted and higher than shows running on the major networks. Success that masked the disarray that was still developing behind the scenes. The more Roddenberry dug in on his vision of a future where interpersonal conflict no longer existed, the more they ran for the door. How do you write a drama when the characters can't get mad at each other? When they don't argue? Literally, where is the drama?
Where's the dish?
Roddenberry felt such a great degree of ownership over Star Trek that he employed a lawyer who would intervene when he thought Paramount wasn't adhering closely enough to his established vision. Writers, producers, and actors began to feel a sense of alienation when they had no ability to exert their own talents, and no expectation that their contributions would go unaltered by Roddenberry. Over 30 writers came and went during the first season, demonstrating the degree to which few wanted to stay in such a restrictive creative environment. Things settled down a bit when Roddenberry was replaced as everyday showrunner by Maurice Hurley at the end of season 1, partially due to the conflicts with the rest of the team, but also due to Roddenberry's failing health. Season 2 introduced a new regular character in Guinan, played by Whoopi Goldberg, and a terrible new danger to the Federation, the Borg, a practically indestructible hive-mind species of cybernetic organisms that expand their numbers by assimilating organic life forms. Season 2 was also shortened by 4 episodes due to a writer's strike in 1988. For 153 days, writers were prohibited from producing scripts or even communicating with the production crew. Cast members were afraid that Next Generation, the young series, would be one of the first canceled as a result. New showrunner Maurice Hurley conducted his position as though he were personally responsible for carrying on the legacy of Roddenberry's mission. As time went by, that burden weighed heavily on Hurley, who came into his own conflicts with writers and actors as a result. Throughout season 1, Hurley, only a writer at the time, didn't like the character of Dr. Beverly Crusher, nor Gates McFadden, who played her. McFadden, of her own admission, came from a more open, creative environment in her previous roles, the New York theater scene where she felt like she could freely express her ideas and have more back and forth over character development. Management saw her as a demanding, difficult actor, and combined with Hurley's dissatisfaction with Dr. Crusher, made it an easy call for Hurley to fire her when he took over. In season 2, she was replaced by Diana Muldaur as Dr. Pulaski, a change that was undone when Hurley was replaced as showrunner at the end of season 2 by Michael Piller. Gates McFadden was asked to come back by producer Rick Berman, an invitation she accepted after seeing the fan demand for her return through phone calls and letters to the studio, and ultimately a personal request from Patrick Stewart. Captain's orders. That's how they do it, right, in Star Trek? Things took off in the 3rd season as new showrunner Michael Piller was able to lead with a steady but flexible hand. Alongside Rick Berman as executive producer, the two took over completely from Roddenberry and held those roles until the end of the series. The Starfleet crew's skin-tight, skeleton-crushing unitards were replaced with the iconic two-piece uniforms featuring a high collar, shoulder pads, and more of the actor's anatomy left to the imagination. And for the first time of many, the season ended on a cliffhanger as Captain Jean-Luc Picard was captured by the Borg and his fate left in question when Commander Riker orders the Enterprise to fire on the Borg ship. The cliffhanger was a legitimate risk by showrunner Michael Piller. It was something that had never been done on Star Trek before, and they genuinely did not know how it would be resolved until the 1st episode of the 4th season. Too many contracts were in limbo, and they didn't know who was going to be back the following year. That particular conflict with the Borg was resolved in the season 4 premiere episode, but the impact of that two-parter is still being felt in Star Trek stories today. It was a break from the rigidity of the Roddenberry style of Star Trek conflict and marked the spectacular arrival of what fans could expect from this next generation of Star Trek. 1991 was Star Trek's 25th anniversary as a franchise. It was the year that Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, the final film featuring the entire original series crew, was released, and the 5th season of The Next Generation started on television. It was also the year that Gene Roddenberry passed away at age 70. 6 feature films, 2 live action and 1 animated series, an incredible legacy for an inspired concept that had been successful financially and impactful socially. 1993 saw the end of the 6th season of The Next Generation and the beginning of The Next Generation as the newest Star Trek series, Deep Space Nine, made its debut, preparing for the television audience handoff when Next Generation concluded. 1994 marked the 7th and final season of The Next Generation, despite the expectation and contractual obligations for 8 seasons. Paramount was ready to move The Next Generation cast to movie theaters to fill the gap left by the absence of the original series crew, and to actually save money by paying actors to be in movies instead of in television episodes. Star Trek: The Next Generation averaged 20 million viewers, a feat that put it on the same level as popular network shows like Wheel of Fortune, Cheers, and LA Law. It was a top 10 drama that won 18 Emmy Awards, and as of the 7th season, was the only syndicated television series to be nominated for an Emmy for Best Dramatic Series. Star Trek is and always has been a very popular franchise. It has always been supported by a lot of licensed merchandise. We cannot possibly cover everything that was produced with Jean-Luc Picard's face on it. A ton of novels and a ton of comic books, coffee mugs, posters, die-cast collectibles, communicator badges, ornaments, banks, marbles, stickers, postcards, puzzles, Hamilton collection, decorative plates. If there is a market where an item could be licensed and produced, it was covered by a product. And that obviously includes toys. First, a line of action figures and role-play items by Galoob in 1988 and 1989, then much more exhaustively by Playmates beginning in 1992. A full comprehensive collection of figures, playsets, role-play items, and electronic ships, nearly every character you could want in every outfit you could want them in. As with toys, there were a bunch of games, trivia games, classic board games, interactive VCR games, electronic handheld games, customizable card games, next-generation themed chess, and a bunch of video games from the Nintendo Entertainment System to the PC and Mac, Game Boy to Game Gear, Super NES, PlayStation, and Sega Genesis. Episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation have been released on every available home video technology that has existed since it first aired. The entire series was released on VHS in 1991 and Laserdisc beginning in 1991 through 1999. For the 20th anniversary of the series in 2007, the series was released on DVD. For the 25th anniversary, 5 years later, CBS released a remastered 1080p version taken from the original 35mm negatives, newly recomposed visual effects, and CGI, and released it again on Blu-ray as individual seasons or a 41-disc box set called The Full Journey. As of this video, you can stream the entire series on various streaming services like Hulu, Amazon Prime Video, Netflix, Apple iTunes, and Paramount+. After the 7th season of the television series, feature films became the focus for the crew of the Enterprise. 1994's Generations was followed by First Contact in 1996, Insurrection in 1998, and finally Nemesis in 2002. Paramount would finally get their dedicated network, Paramount Plus, in March of 2021, born out of CBS All Access, which started in October of 2014. Jean-Luc Picard is the focus of the exclusive series Star Trek Picard that takes place 20 years after the events of the film Nemesis. The final episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation was viewed by over 30 million people. Its popularity established Star Trek as a television property that was more viable and more popular than it had ever been, including at the peak of the original series. Viewers were so engaged with Star Trek that Paramount was able to launch a fourth series, Deep Space Nine, to carry on the television legacy in 1993, and then a fifth series, Voyager, just 2 years later in 1995. The concepts, themes, and characters are still influencing the Star Trek universe today, despite a 7-year period where the franchise existed in an alternate timeline prior to the events of the original series. The Next Generation's impact on pop culture is vast and enduring, from its ship design and concepts of intergalactic space travel to the way we pronounce data. Steven Spielberg tried in 1985 with Goonies, but it didn't stick until Next Generation repeated it over and over every day of the week for nearly a decade. Star Trek: The Next Generation proved that the themes of Star Trek could transcend the 1960s, that the Enterprise could evolve and grow and still be the same ship fans fell in love with during the original series, that there were other stories about other characters to be told, because Star Trek wasn't just about the first crew of the Enterprise. It was about the generation that started it and the generations that have yet to discover it. Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe. If you're not already a subscriber, thank you very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, if you would like early access to the videos ad-free, please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/toygalaxy. Let us know in the comments down below when you opened your heart to Star Trek. I was a diehard Star Wars guy until I started watching Next Generation, and really that's all it took. Great writing, great performances, great characters, and more importantly, like hundreds of episodes where Star Wars at the time had 3 movies and a bunch of comic books. I loved Star Wars, but even I had to admit that Star Trek won on volume and depth and character development and a more fulfilling entertainment experience over a greater amount of time. Just that. Just a few things. It's different today, though. Now we have Baby Yoda. Who's winning now?
It's hard to believe, but the 1980s ended more than 30 years.
So, I can just close this. All right. Let's log back in and see what's up with once human, if the new season has started.
set up a territory.
Okay. I like the sound trees make when they go down. Where you at? Alright, that's there. up our first anchor down there. climb. Climb, big climb. Fuck with the Headsville. That is a nice picture. Sitting in your hideout, watching TV. legs. So it's a brand new journey. Everybody starts over. Everything starts over. Alright guys, I'm gonna cut it here tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. We gotta start all over again. I'm probably gonna play some Dark and Darker. But it's getting late and I have to go to the DMV in the morning. So, thank you very much for joining me. Be safe, be happy, be healthy. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one.